evening, everybody. It's Friday night, my friends, and I am back. And let's see if we can get this screen up here. There we go. Very good. Can we get like 9%? We'll try 9% tonight. See how it goes with the music. Anyway, my friends, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all healthy, happy, and all of those things. Hope you've had a good week so far. You're looking forward to the weekend. We're getting one step closer to the holidays. Holidays. I guess there's probably some holidays that have already started, but you know, we're in the season of holidays right now. We're just about to dip our toe into it. So hopefully all good things about that. We're all kind of looking forward to it, and got all the gift giving and all that stuff ready to go. I'm almost finished in that regard. Almost. But we're getting there. Anyway, I thought tonight, I figure we'll learn some, keep trying to learn some game dev stuff here. You know, I'm gonna have to put that at 7% just so it's not too overbearing here. Yeah, I figure we'll do some more game dev stuff maybe today and tomorrow, hopefully. Just because I haven't had a chance yet to like the streamer bot thing. Magenta Breeze is I sort of have a plan forward, sort of, with the whole being able to do multi-streaming through it. I just have to kind of sit down. My thoughts are, if I could sit down just off camera and like put some music on and just kind of get into the zone, I can probably knock some of that out then, and have a better idea of where we're at with that. I also need to sit down sort of with Copilot a little bit and get some examples to work off of. I also very much need is a strong word there, but I want to use Copilot to kind of kickstart my testing framework for that, for Magenta Breeze as well. Like I know where to start with it. It's just it'll be a lot easier if I can just like point Copilot at it and just say like, just give me like bare bones test framework based on the controllers that are here and stuff. Because when it comes to the test stuff, like, so here's I think this is a good sort of dovetail into the use of AI as far as when it comes to creative stuff. Because I was thinking about this the other day when I came up with the like in game development and stuff and art and everything else, when you have like this idea of AI versus people. And to me personally, there still exists the possibility to use AI ethically. Now, we may come to a point later on where it's just not possible to do that. Like the AI becomes so advanced that there is no ethical path forward to use it and still say that you actually created something. But I think right now, as it stands, we're still in a spot where we can use AI as a tool to help us in our creation process without diminishing our creation, I guess. In other words, without taking credit for someone else's work, essentially. Because I mean, yeah, granted, that's basically AI right now. That's basically the machine learning stuff that we have right now. It's just taking other people's work and jumbling it up a bit and throwing a D20, a couple D20s, and then giving you a result from it. But it's still based on someone else's work, right? And so I've been trying to be very careful with how I do it. Like, obviously, I use it a lot. I use it as a tool, but I use it mostly as a means to get an example of how to do things, and then I change the example to fit what I'm trying to do. And it's no more present than, what I've been doing with the GameDev stuff, right? Because it's been invaluable at helping me to learn, helping me to parse the various texts and the various examples out there and kind of figure out where to go and where to begin. But at the end of the day, I'm typing the code, and as we've seen many times, I'll start typing something and I'll question why it's doing that, and then we'll find a different way of doing it, or I'll tweak it a little bit I'll use the AI to verify that my thoughts are correct, that you can do it a certain way or something like that. And I'm doing that very purposely because I feel like that's still an ethical way of using it, right? Because I'm not saying, hey, AI, go write this production code for me. Instead, I'm saying, hey, AI, give me some examples that I can look at that are tailored to my requirements so that I can kind of get an idea in my own mind of how this is supposed to work or whatnot. And then I'm going in and changing things up. And, I'm also using examples from online textbooks and stuff. Which is no different than what you would do in any other, like you do a Google search and you come up to Stack Overflow and you see someone has done something, and you take what they've done and you rework it a little bit and try to make it your own. But you're doing essentially what the AI is doing. It's just the AI is doing it faster and more on topic, and you're not scanning through blocks and blocks and blocks of answers to try to find the correct solution in the middle there, so in my mind, that's the correct way of doing it. I'm not turning everything over and saying, okay, I just generate this whole block of this whole class or these other things, and then not altering it at all and just kind of passing it off as my own. I'm not doing that. I'm actually writing the code. I'm actually, the code may look a lot like the examples, but that's kind of why you can't copyright code. I mean, even despite what despite what Oracle might think, there's a reason you can't copyright code, and that's because sometimes there's just one way to do things, and everybody does it that way. I can rename variables to names that make more sense to me, and I have done that. But at the end of the day, I still got to call the same methods that other people have called, and in many cases in the same order that other people have called them in. You know what I mean? So it's like, what are you going to do? That's just the way that is sometimes. So yeah, I kind of my feeling on it. I feel like we're still in a spot where we can do the AI stuff we can use AI as a tool, and we can use it ethically, as you know, as long as you're keeping your mind on the fact that you, the human, are producing something that's going to be reflective of you. And if you're just bold-faced copying, whether it's from a textbook example or whether it's from Stack Overflow or anything like that, then that's usually not a good idea, because that means you're not really doing the work. You're just plagiarizing, and that's kind of the distinction in my mind between the plagiarizing something and actually owning it, customizing it, all that stuff. But we are talking about, like, in many cases, small snippets of code here and there, and they're part of a larger whole, which is going to be different depending on your requirements. And it's just, it's a very, it's a much grayer area than I think a lot of people appreciate. You know what I mean? Because I see a lot of people, particularly artists, who are like absolutely not on the AI thing, and it's like, you know, I can understand your perspective, and I can understand the enticement that it can cause, where, you know, it can entice especially the younger artists and younger developers into just using it without any thought. And I know that schools in particular are having problems with it, where kids are just submitting entire term papers that they didn't write themselves. A lot of that, number one, when it comes to kids, a lot of that is just part of learning, right? Like that's a skill that needs to be taught, which is really difficult, right? Because it's like, it's not a hard skill, it's a soft skill. It's a skill, you need to appreciate the act of creating something yourself, even if it's something you have no interest in doing. You know, and when it comes to like term papers and stuff, nobody likes writing them. Nobody, right? But it's important you do, because it's a reflection of you and your abilities, right? And to be fair, a lot of, you know, it doesn't help that a lot of that stuff is busy work. It doesn't really enhance the learning experience. It's just, you know, keep them off the street kind of thing. You know, if it actually had a deeper purpose, it would be a different idea. But a lot of times it's just used as a crutch to just, you know, it gives students something to do. So it's often, you know, back in my day, it was often abused quite frequently. You know, if we could get away from that being abused like that, that would be you would find people more willing probably to put in the effort for it. You know, kids in particular are really good at figuring out when you're figuring out the value of something as it relates to them in particular. You know what I mean? Figuring out when you're just kind of giving them BS to work on, you know, versus something that's actually meaningful and useful. Um, so you can't ever take that for granted, kind of thing. Um, but you know, again, it's one of those. It's something you can't like. You can't abuse creativity because you'll disenfranchise people from being creative, where they'll just find the easiest path to just get past it and just move on with their lives, right? Instead of actually, and then they'll, when they find something that they actually do like doing, you'll find that they'll slow down and actually want to do it themselves, want to make the effort. And it's just, again, that's like it's a soft skill that has to be learned, right? You have to pick and choose your battles. Sometimes people are really bad at, especially teachers are really bad at picking and choosing what battles they want their students to fight. And so AI is coming in and making every battle relatively easy. And so they're struggling with that because they've abused it. They've abused that authority to, they made everything a nail that could be hit with a hammer. And that hammer was like, write a 300-page paper on absolute nonsense. Right, and they're reaping the results of that. So, similarly, when it comes to creative endeavors, it's more important, I feel like, to again teach like the juniors, the junior level people. Like, here's how to use this properly. Here's why you don't rely entirely on this. Here's why it's more important. Like, here's the joy of making something yourself versus having it just appear out of thin air and not be and then end up standing up and then end up having that be what you're judged by, even though you could have done much better if you just did it correctly or if you did it ethically, I guess, more in line there. But anyway, I am rambling as I do. It was just something I was thinking about when I was like, I've been using AI a lot as a tool in my toolbox here, but I've tried to be as cognizant of the final output as I can, where the final output is my work, not the AI's work. And I think I've done pretty good so far. I mean, granted, we're looking at code that is me trying to learn how to do things, and this is definitely not what I would consider to be final code. This is me playing around and trying to learn how these things interact and work. But I there's going to be overlap regardless, because sometimes there's only one way to do things. But it's kind of my feeling of it. I see it right now as being a valuable tool, but but like any valuable tool, you gotta do it properly. You gotta use it properly. And have a healthy dose of skepticism, as you use it. So I think what we were doing last time was so let's make sure this is still working. It should be. It is. Okay. So what we were doing last time was I want to reattach uh, the keyboard keys, and have them control the camera and have the camera be able to move around in this scene. Now, my first iteration of this is just going to be a free-form camera, free camera, as it were, where it just moves around like almost like a person in the scene. I would like to at some point have because we're dealing with a model here, I would like to have an orbit camera where the camera is always pointing at the model, and it stays a fixed distance from the model as you move it around, and it just kind of orbits around the model so that we can better see that everything is loaded properly and everything else. But for right now, I want to at least get a free camera going, because I'm not even sure how to do an orbit camera yet, and the code that I'm looking at seems like it only does a free camera. So that'll be something we have to figure out as we're doing things here. So with that in mind, I was trying to figure out how to properly model this in the code such that I can alter the direction of the camera and stuff with keyboard key presses. Ooh, excuse me. And that's going to be where we're at right now. So I still have our keyboard callback and everything, which may end up changing, because the problem here is when I refactored stuff and I made the engine the window is what the keyboard callback needs access to. However, it's the engine itself that is creating the window, and it's the engine that has the model in it, right? So I gotta figure out how this is going to work, because here is where we have to register the keyboard callbacks. But when I register keyboard callbacks, I need to be able to send them the current scene so it can be manipulated. So I mean the model, so I can manipulate, the scene basically, so I can manipulate where the camera is in the scene, because that's where the camera sits, right? It's sitting in the model renderer right now, has a reference to the camera. So, excuse me, man. I just had coffee and I'm still like yawning like crazy here. So what is they had the way it was modeled in the textbook that we saw was they had a scene, and the scene kind of was was kind of separate from everything else. Even though the engine was ultimately the one creating the scene, it was still different. And I'm kind of leaning towards that again. Where, you know, I like that the engine knows about the window. Because I think the engine should know about its main window. I mean, because it's got to manipulate it and everything else. I think that's very important. Excuse me. But I'm wondering, is it possible to have a scene that is divorced from the engine? In other words, if I have an engine, because I'm going to have two engines essentially, right? I'm going to have an OpenGL engine, and I'm going to have a Vulkan engine. If I create a scene that is just data structures that have meaning regardless of engine, then in theory, I can pass that scene to the keyboard callback, to the keyboard handler, well, really the input handlers, and those input handlers could then manipulate data in the scene without needing to know anything about the engine upon which that scene is being rendered in. Now the question is that even viable? Because there's a lot of hooks into underlying things in there that I don't know if I can abstract them out. And so I think that's what we're going to have to figure out here, is how much of this can not even how much, like, is it possible for me to pull enough of abstract enough of this out that it can be engine agnostic, essentially. So we've got the model renderer here, right? And we've got the shaders, which shader is my class. And I don't think there's anything in here. Well, there is. There's a GL46 GL create program. So this is really This is really an OpenGL shader. However, there's nothing that says I couldn't make an interface called shader that has these methods in it. Well, actually, it only needs the... It only needs the constructor. This is why I don't like making constructors that do shit. Because what I could do here, barring this constructor, is I could put I could make this an interface and just say, here, this interface has a load data method in it. Which I could still do. I can still do that. It's just... yeah. Everything else in here is private, so compile, link, well, bind is not. Unbind is not. Validate, but again, these don't take any parameters. Clean up, get ID. And then we have the share module data record, which I think you can put a record in an interface. I guess we'll find out. I don't see, well, you may not be able to because it's technically concrete, but the interface is not. I wonder if that's a good question. If I go to, so Java records interface. Records on interfaces are tremendously useful because they enable many different patterns and used to be on the obvious. Implicitly implement forwarding interfaces. Default methods on interfaces. These allowed us to mix together behavior defined in multiple. Oh, that's right. You can do default methods on interfaces now. I forgot about that. So you don't have to re-implement all the large interface. You just want to add a new method to an existing type. Forwarding interface. Yeah, okay. Records give us a better option. Implementation of record definition can implicitly implement the boilerplate in the above mappable list definition. Interface. Forwarding lists. Okay, he's doing some weird stuff on there that I'm not sure I need, but interfaces with Java records. What's a record implementing interface? That's not the same thing. Can a Java interface contain record? Data, final fields based on record components, constructor, string. Provides default constructor with no arguments. In case of records, implicit and canonical constructor. Create canonical constructor by yourself. cannot be extended. Yeah, because they're final. Implement interfaces. Yeah, they can implement. It doesn't say, but I. Let me see. Record inside interface. Records with inheritance. Can implement interfaces. I don't think, because it's final, I'm not sure it is allowed inside of an interface. Oh, yeah, they do have it here. Public interface. Record. So I guess it works then. So what's the problem here? Encapsulate multiple records inside the same Java class. It seems like just a weird question I was asked there, but I guess we can try it and see here. Because what I'm thinking is put all this into an interface, and then so what happens if I make an interface called shader and then make this implementation be OpenGL shader? And then I can refer to it as a shader in the scene class. That's in what model renderer is basically my scene class right now. Then entity, what does entity look like? So entity doesn't have anything directly pushing OpenGL as far as I can tell. So that's good. And I don't think camera does either, does it? No. So shader uniform manager I think is pretty generic as well, right? No, okay, that's okay. So I need to do. Well, that makes sense though, because you're doing that. But I'm using memory stack in there, which is an LWJGL thing, not any other particular thing. So that's something. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. If I do, scene. And then we're gonna make a shader interface. So I need to re. This is under shaders, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do package shaders, OpenGL. Right, and then this guy I'm going to rename to I'm going to call it GL shader. All right. And then we'll do rename that to GL shader uniform manager. And then move it to there. Move that one to there. Okay, so then can I just extract extract interface? Select all. Override annotations. Method comment. What's going on here? Oh, interface name. So shader. Okay. And let's see if let's move the record up there. I wonder if that, do I need the record still in here? If I move it up there, that's a question. Let's see what happens. Doesn't look like it. All right, so let's move this up to shaders. GL shader implements shader. And then what I want to do is I don't like this. So what I'm going to say is in shader Java here, I'm going to do, I don't like all these extra spaces either. Void init. No, not init. Share module data. Yes, but it has to take this parameter. I guess instead of init, I'll call it load. Load. Do that. Okay. Implemented methods. Let's move this up top here. Like so. I'm just going to take all of this stuff. Put it in there. And I'll just call load here with data. Hey Tech, welcome on in. How you doing? Okay. So that's good. Then I can just use that across both engines. So I can refer to the shader interface. In the scene here. So let's go model, render, and we're gonna, have to do a private shader there. I feel like basically all of this stuff would go in there. Well, I can't because it's got shader module data and stuff. I'll have to figure out something there. So why can't you bug me about that? Oh, not much. Not much. You're working on a dedicated streamer for Farming Simulator 25. There you go. Nice. Very good. Yeah, I finally got with the program a little bit and updated Kubuntu here to 24.04 1 LTS. So I now have KDE with Wayland running. So far, so good. So I looked into the OBS thing with the Flatpak, and the error message I was getting was that OBS is using an older version of the KDE, like Qt stuff and stuff, or at least KDE platform libraries. And it's also not the latest version of OBS. So it's I decided against trying to do the flat pack version because it looks to me like they're not really giving it the love that it needs, and they're not updating their stuff like they should be and all that stuff. So it is what it is. I'll just have to keep testing the stuff that I was doing from Windows onto it, which is fine because I've decided I'm going to make it a standalone additional server that you can spin up with the streaming bot. So I'll be able to test that separately, hopefully. With Wayland, you heard it's junk still. It's working. I haven't really. I mean, I just updated a few hours ago, but I haven't I mean, so far so good. I haven't had any real problems. I'm not pushing it too hard anyway, but everything's been okay thus far. I haven't had it actually sees that my monitor is 1440p for a change. I didn't have to fight with that. And I still have the same problem on startup where barrier doesn't start right away, and so I have to I have to use the keyboard attached to the Surface tablet to do my initial login. But after I close that monitor goes off and my normal monitor is working fine. So far so good. Also, the mysterious upgrade problem I had where the Windows key stopped working is now working again. So hey, it kind of fixed that anyway. But yeah, I was looking at, I was like, should I just go to Linux Mint? Because I was looking at that, and a lot of people are really enthusiastic about it, and I was like, yeah, I could go there eventually, but I'm not playing any games on this computer, so I don't need it for that. And honestly, I'm just doing development stuff, so it depends. I might do it at some point. It's not a huge deal right now, but right now the computer's working for what I need it to do, so, and it's not being a pain in the butt about it, so good stuff there. But yeah, no, everything's otherwise going well. Just trying to learn the GameDev stuff tonight. I put off the streamer bot thing because I'm going to do I need to do some stuff off camera with that. I'm going to get all the WebRTC stuff. I'm just going to do as a separate jar file that I can then bring right into the main bot thing and have it spin up as a server and do all the ICE stuff. But it's going to be me sitting there kind of getting examples from Copilot and then trying to translate those into something that works. And I found out that GitHub Copilot lets you use, it was using GPT-4 by default, but it actually lets you switch over to use the better one, which is, where's that at? Do I have that up here somewhere? Did I have that here? Yeah. Yeah, see, it uses GPT-4o, but you can actually switch it over to use Claude Sonnet, which works so much better for coding tasks. I asked it a coding task thing, and it came back with code that was much cleaner. than anything I've gotten out of ChatGPT. So definitely a cool thing there. Trying to use that a little bit. So, but yeah, no, everything's straightforward. Otherwise, what? I know there's updates available. Go away. So I'm just trying to right now connect the keyboard handlers with the scene so I can rotate the camera around the model that I've loaded. And in order to do that, I'm kind of like trying to make it so that it's a little bit easier to plug in than what I've got right now. Everything's kind of messy right now because I was just kind of getting things to work. I did finally get it to render correctly, or at least it looks like it's rendering correctly now. So I got figured out what was going on with the colors and stuff, why it wasn't quite working. So it looks like it's rendering. I just can't move the camera around yet. So I want to try to do that, and I want to try to make it so I can resize the window and have it actually resize correctly and all that stuff. So, fun stuff like that. But it's good learning some stuff as I go here. Learning lots of stuff. Okay. So that's good. That stuff kind of stays the way it is. And then the uniform manager, I can extract the interface from this. Select all there. And we'll call this meter uniform manager. Okay. That to the shaders folder. That's fine. That is fine. Don't need to do anything weird with that. I think we're good with that. Okay, so then that should now be changed over in Model Renderer. It is. And entity and camera don't have any hooks into OpenGL or anything. Right, so I think we're good there. So then I think it's a matter of moving those into the scene. So let's move these up into the scene first here. Yes, take them out of here. Put those in scene. And I'll put setters and getters on them. that'll work. So the render itself just has to create a scene for the moment. So do shader here on scene, and then this will do create shader uniform. So we'll want to do scene.set uniform manager. This and uniform manager create the shader get ID. I wonder if I can do scene get shader get ID. Yeah, I guess. Okay, and then we got scene set entity. I think what I want to do is, let's see here, make this a little bit easier on myself. I will do so I get entity. So I'm gonna do for the setters here. So what do I do? I have a bunch of setters, right? Set position, set scale, set rotation. So for those, I'm gonna return entity. So that I can just chain them together. Set rotation. Set scale. Set position. What am I calling super on entity? Super is just calling object. Right. So by doing that, I can then go over here and I can say scene dot get entity, set position, set scale. Oops. Set rotation. And then update model matrix like that. I can just chain them all together. So, actually, I'd like to. I wonder if I can. Whoops. I wonder if it'll hold the formatting this way. Just do this. It looks. No, it won't. It's fine, Eclipse. Fine. Just format it however you want. Actually, funny enough, I can do Control Z and I can do save like this. And now it stays where I want it to be. Can't do that in IntelliJ for some reason. So there we go. Hey Corey, welcome on in. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. At least I'm doing what I love tonight. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, these don't line up at all, do they? Oh well, whatever. Yeah, I figured I would. It was going to be my normal coding night anyway, so I was like, it's. You know, I was thinking like maybe I should just play a game and chill. But I was like, yeah, I'll just code. I'll work. I'll work. Why not? Why not? I'll put some effort in. Sure. Oh man. How you doing, Corey? How's everything? Are you you stream Sunday, right? You don't stream tonight, do you? Or do you stream tonight? No, you don't stream tonight. Okay. That's what I thought. I just everything just kind of runs all the days run together in my brain anymore. I actually, it's funny enough, I have I bought a one of those pill organizers that has like all the different days of the week, and then it's got two little slots for daytime and nighttime pills you got to take and everything. And I did that mostly because there were days where I couldn't remember if all the days were running together, and I couldn't remember if I took the pills I was supposed to take or didn't, and all that stuff. So I did it mostly so I don't have to think about it. I'm just like, all right, just pick it out and do it. And then I realized earlier this week, on Monday, I used Tuesday's box. For some reason, I thought Monday was Tuesday. And then Tuesday came around, I go and pick the box out, and I'm like, wait, why is this empty? And I'm like, oh. I was like, oh, I took the wrong one yesterday. The thing that I bought so I wouldn't have to remember anything, I'm still having to remember things. It seems like it always works out that way. It's funny because my mom used to make fun of me because when I first moved into the house, I had I taped the instructions to the side of the washing machine as to how to wash clothes. Like I asked my mom for like, well, how do you like what goes in the warm water, what goes in the cold water, and all that stuff. And I wrote all that down, and I taped it to the side of the washing machine. And she used to come over and be like, "Why do you have that tape there?" I'm like, "Because I no longer have to, because I don't have to remember it." She's like, "But it's so easy to remember." I'm like, "It doesn't matter. It's one less thing I have to remember. I just when I go there to the machine, I'm just like, oh, okay, this is what I gotta do. Boom, 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 done." You know, it's just one less thing that has to occupy any space in my brain. It was really funny. Now, it I don't have it anymore now because the new machine that I have just has like, you know, normal and like, you know, jeans, and has all these specialized settings, and trying to manually change the water and all that stuff doesn't really, it just does it all automatically. So I'm like, oh, whatever, you know. Um, but that was, she used to, she used to make fun of me for that all the time. It's like, it's one less thing I have to remember. It's like I never have to think like, wait, what you know, do these go in cold water? Do these go in warm water? I don't have to, it's just boom, it's done. It's a washing machine you wish you had. Yeah, it was more out of necessity. Like I actually liked the old machine better. Like I liked being able to select the temperature of the water and the spin cycle speed and all that stuff. Like you still can, but it's a pain in the butt to do it. Because you gotta like select custom, and it's like the 90th thing in the menu and all that stuff. I liked the other. I actually liked the older one better. The more manual one's better, because the settings that it uses, like the automatic settings and stuff. There's two things that really are a pain in the butt about it. One is, I think sometimes those settings are wrong, because I have, since getting that machine, I have shrunk some clothes. At least a little bit. They didn't shrink a lot, but they shrunk enough to be, you know, noticeable. And two, the dryer has like an automatic sensor that detects when your clothes are no longer, like it has like an internal water tank, and as your clothes spin around, that water tank gets sprayed with water, and after a certain amount of time, if it no longer detects any water, it stops spinning it. And so a lot of times for something like for instance, your bed sheets and whatnot, like I have to override all that stuff and be like, no, seriously, make this spin for 2 hours at high temperature, because otherwise the stuff comes out and it's still wet. And it's like, what are you doing to me here? Your life was laundry all the time, but now it goes all in one load. Yeah. No, I hear that. I do hear that. That's one nice thing, is like being able to just kind of knock things out in just like a single load whenever you can. Or in my case, it's the lowest I can go is like 2 loads, because I always put underwear separate from the normal clothes, because I never realized this, but apparently I didn't realize this until like few years ago, I read the label on the underwear, and it was like, don't use fabric softener. And I'm like, what? I've always used fabric softener. It's like, if you use fabric softener, it will eventually wear out the waistband to where the waistband no longer, the elastic in the waistband will no longer function properly. And I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense as to why after like a year or two the elastic would stop working in all my waistband. I'm like, I didn't realize that. I've been doing it wrong this whole time. So I end up moving those to their own load. That's news to me. Yeah, it was. I read it on the label, and it was like, do not use fabric softener, and it will wear out the waistband faster. And I'm like, the elastic waistband faster. I'm like, I never realized that. And sure enough, I stopped using it, and everything has stayed proper. Although it's kind of weird, there's kind of a trade-off there. You do kind of sometimes feel like you're putting on a paper bag, but it's not terrible, but it's definitely noticeable. You're stepping into like a paper bag with legs cut out of it, The softener affecting something else. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I would notice. Let's just say I've not been endowed in that particular region, so it probably wouldn't be noticeable to me. To others, perhaps. But yeah. Oh man, that was little things like that. But I ended up having to. The thing was, I had to replace. Here's the real kicker. I had to replace the washer and dryer and the dishwasher and my entire HVAC system. Because several years ago, the power company screwed up and sent a short down the line and shorted out all of my appliances. Well, not all of them, but shorted out my washer and dryer, my dishwasher, and my HVAC, which was brand spanking new at the time. I had already paid like $1,500 to get it done. No, 8. It was more than that. It was like almost 15. Yeah, it was a lot. I forget. It was like 10,000 or something like that. And I had to completely replace that, which was another like $15,000 to replace that system. And then I had to replace the washer and dryer and dishwasher because they were just completely shorted out. So I go and file a claim with the power company, and they're like, oh, that's awesome, we're responsible for $600 of that. I'm like, great, you did like thousands of dollars of damage and you're only responsible for $600. Hey, that's fun. That's real fun when it was completely your fault too. Great. I mean, it could have been far worse. Like, I was surprised, like, the refrigerator survived, the oven survived. I mean, they were all plugged in. It was just those few machines that just couldn't handle it. And the kicker of that was they weren't on when it happened. It just still took them out though. It's still so much money. Yeah, it is. It really is. And I wasn't the only one. Like they hit the entire neighborhood. Like everybody had something that they lost in the neighborhood. So it's one of those things, man. Like I don't know. I don't know how they're allowed to get away with that, but they do. They do, and it's a thing. Um, so yeah, yep. Yeah. On another topic, I'm debating whether to make a video on my thoughts on Moonbeam right now, because I have thoughts. I just don't know whether it's worth putting it into video form or not. Like I like, in general, I like what they're doing. I just don't like how they're going about it. And I watched their they had a Thursday AMA that they have posted on their YouTube channel and stuff. And they sort of answered a question or two. They didn't quite answer everything that I was looking for, but I have a little bit better idea of kind of where they're going with things. So we'll have to see on that. I don't know. I'm annoyed that, I want to get excited about it, but I also don't like the fact that you have to invite people just so that they can see the website is really super annoying. Like, it's just really annoying. And the worst thing about that is, if I invite just viewers in, they become members of my realm, which then enables them to go off and look at other realms and stuff, and they can join as many realms as they want to at that point, including the Moonbeam realm, which has most of the community in it. But then, I mean, they're just dead viewers then in my realm at that point, because they just hopped off to other things. So I don't know. It's so annoying. It's like, just make it so that people can create an account, and if they have to be tied to a realm, then tie them to the Moonbeam realm, and just let them be able to see the site. It's such a weird, there's things like that feels like they haven't really thought things through too well. If it's still too raw, it seems like they have a lot of development to do yet. Oh yeah, I mean, they definitely have a lot of development to do. I think it's an okay start. I like that they've already got a mobile app together. Although they're having problems with the Android version of it, because Google wants to review it. So they only have they have it as a test app, so only a certain number of people can be in a test on there. But I mean, that just goes back to them just release stuff. Just stop being a wimp and just release stuff. I think the issue that I'm seeing a lot, and I kind of got this feeling from their AMA that they did on Thursday. They have an unrealistic idea of what's going to happen with the site. They're afraid that they're going to open the site up and it's just going to get hammered with users, right? And that's not what we see. We don't really see that. First of all, they don't have the kind of hype that other sites have had. They barely have a social media presence right now. They've got a Blue Sky account that literally has 2 tweets on it, and that's it. Or skeets, whatever you want to call them. Right? They're barely a blip on the radar. And it's just freaking open just open the door. Just let people in. Let them figure out where you're at, what you're doing, and what's going on. And just, it's not going to be, you're not going to have this rush of people. You're really not. Because nobody knows you exist. It's like you had 200 and some odd backers. And when I look on their site, they have maybe 50 or 60 like realms right now. So a lot of them are realm owners. Like, what purpose does it serve right now to not just open that up and let it go? And the second thing is, and I get why they're pushing the AI stuff, because that's what kind of sunk live space. Was not having the AI stuff, but I know that they're pushing it because they know, very realistically, they know that they're going to need funding, and so that's a good way of trying to get funding. But I don't like the so their AI is called Pixis. I don't like the what's it called? Intent intention determination. There's a terminology for it where the AI tries to determine the intent of what was written. I don't like that for two important reasons. One, it's wrong almost all the time, which I understand will get better as it has more stuff to train on, but it's already hard enough to determine intent on a text-based app than to have an AI telling you how you're supposed to feel about something. And two, when it comes specifically to the streaming chat, it will never, ever, 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 ever be accurate, right? Because it's only getting half of the conversation. It doesn't know what's being said on stream. It doesn't know what's being displayed on stream, right? A good example is when you were chatting with me the other day, right? It was marking things as like insulting and stuff like that. And it's like, it wasn't at all, because you were responding to what was going on in the game, not to what was being said in the chat, right? So it has even less context to pull from in that regard. And I feel like it's just going to cause all kinds of problems, given that this is the internet and there's a higher representation of autism and autism spectrum on the internet, where people are already having difficulty, in their normal lives figuring out context clues. And now they've got an AI telling them something completely different than what's actually being intended. And now it's just making things even the worse, Yeah, exactly. It's just like, and I get it. I understand why they're pushing that, but you really need to be able to say, like, let's just turn this crap off, right? It's a gimmick that's never going to work properly. It's only going to cause more arguments and more moderation headaches than it's going to solve. If you want it running in the background with the mod queue stuff, great. Knock yourself out. Putting it front and center and making it on every comment is not good. It should at least be an option to turn that off, or an option to make it only visible to the streamer if they want it, and not visible to everyone else in the chat. Because the last thing I need is for people in chat to start arguing with one another because Pixis said that they were being argumentative or insulting when they had no intention of that at all. It's just like, I get it, but I also it's annoying. You know what I mean? It just makes things worse in the long run. Um, they have good intentions, but the road to hell and paving stones and all that stuff. You know. Right, exactly. Humans can't figure out the context clues with any kind of accuracy, especially when you don't have, when it's just text based, right? My illustration agencies are now being asked by clients for artists who do traditional art because their consumers are demanding it. Tables are turning on AI. So I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Because obviously with my coding here, I've been using AI as a tool, where I'll ask AI for an example of how to do something, and then I'll take that example and make it my own and try to work with it. And I keep going back to, I had a course back in my college days called Ethics in Computing. I don't remember a damn thing about the course, but the thought, it put the thought in my head of like, how can I ethically navigate technology as a technologist? And I think we're at a spot right now where AI is not so advanced yet that it's no longer possible to use it ethically. I think it's still possible to ethically use AI in such a way that at the end of the day, what you're producing is your work and not someone else's cribbed work, but your work, but still use AI to help you in creating that work. Now, I don't know how, not being an artist, I don't know how that works in the art world. But for me personally, when it comes to writing code, I will ask AI, give me an example of this, give me an example of that, give me an example of that. Which to me is the same as just going on Google and going on Stack Overflow and trying to look up, answers that were given on Stack Overflow and then looking at examples there and trying to pull from that, or looking at a textbook and trying to pull examples out of a textbook. It's just that the examples are a little bit more tailored to what my actual requirements are. But at the end of the day, I'm still writing the code. I'm not copy pasting it, even though it'll look very similar to what the example was, because, sometimes, you just got to call the same methods. The variables will be my variables. The layout will be my layout, that kind of thing. And I feel like that's probably ethical, where I'm not just like bold-faced copying something and saying, whatever, this will work. I'm actually putting thought into it. I'm actually, looking at each line. I'm actually typing the lines out, that kind of thing. So that's an interesting question that I just kind of had in the back of my mind, is like, how does that work in something like art? Like, is it like, if I think about, say photography, for instance, right? If you were to use AI to, like say for instance, you're colorizing a black and white photo, and you went to an AI bot and you said, hey, give me some examples of the standard colors of a petticoat from, the 19th century, say. And here's where, whether that was in history or not is another thing, right? And the AI just spit out a couple images of different colors of petticoats and different styles of petticoats. And then you just printed those out, put them on the side, and just kind of use them as a reference to doing the actual colorization yourself of the picture, like old-timey picture that you're trying to colorize. But you didn't use the images, you just used them as an example. Is that ethical versus just telling an AI, just go colorize this and then passing it off as your own, right? That's not, to me, that's not ethical. Like there's like a line there, right? It's harder to do with AI imagery. If one's going to use it for reference, why not just use the actual photos or research? It's true. It's true. I guess I see it as a means to as a slightly more relevant Google search, I guess. But you're true, but it's there's English here somewhere. It's true what you're saying, that it's going to fantasize and give you stuff that maybe isn't historically accurate or isn't accurate at all. And that's absolutely true. That's something you have to sort of navigate yourself. And I guess you'll have, as you said, you'll have to do some research yourself too, which I still do myself. Like I know there are times when an AI is giving me something that doesn't seem right, and then I have to go do additional research and be like, oh yeah, no, that it just dreamed up a method that doesn't exist, kind of thing. So yeah, I can see that being the same thing with images too. But is that a disqualification there? Like is that to the point where it's just like, you know, it no longer has any value as even as a tool? Like even if you were to use it, say you took a photograph and you did all the setup and you did all the lighting and everything, but you just used AI maybe to do like a little bit of a color correction, you know. I mean, is that any different than using an algorithm? I guess at that point it's not any different from using an algorithm to do color correction, I suppose, because at the end of the day it's doing that. But then again, it really depends on whether it dreams up crazy colors or not, I guess. So yeah, it's kind of, I've been sort of debating that myself, because I find myself relying on it as just as an additional tool in the toolbox. I still do Google searches. I still read books. I still find stuff on Stack Overflow. But for what I've been doing lately, like trying to learn how to do game dev and stuff, there's not a lot of reference for like Java game dev. A lot of it's like C and C++ game dev. And so I kind of have to, trying to navigate some of that is a little bit rough, because there's a lot of times I don't know what terms to search for. And so sometimes I'll rely on AI to like give me keywords that I can then search Google for to find what I'm looking for, you know, that kind of thing. So more and more artists are trying to figure out how to use it as a tool, but how AI got their learning and what it's doing environmentally are big hurdles. Artists are used to doing without, so it's not doing anything they can't do already. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a huge jump between, I mean, I'm essentially writing text, right? Like in many ways what I do is writing a novel. It's just a novel that a computer wants to read, not a novel that a human wants to read. And so a lot of the machine learning stuff is kind of geared more towards the textual things, because there's more to draw from there, I guess. It's hard to paint all AI with the same broad stroke. It's different in different contexts. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to like figure out, because I see a lot of like absolutely no people, and I understand where they're coming from, but I also wonder I also, whenever somebody says absolutely no to something, I'm like, are they? Is that an emotional reaction, or is there logic behind what they're doing, or both? And it sounds like there's a lot of logic behind what they're doing, depending on like what you're, depending on the context you're in. And that's the hard part for me, is like I don't have any context to draw upon when it comes to like art or music or something like that, because I am not inclined in either of those things, you know. My husband uses it as a base for his product listings, which he then edits. So I don't believe it's entirely useless. It's all about context. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that also comes down to like the use of AI as a marketing tool. Cause I'm seeing a lot of marketing, write-ups that clearly are AI generated. Like 1000%. Like you read it and you're just like, yeah, an AI generated this. And then you just throw it in one of those AI, did AI generate this, detectors. And yeah, it comes out like 98% likely and stuff like that. Because I am seeing a lot more of that when it comes to like the marketing side of things, where it's like people aren't even, which is hilarious. Like social media was all about people interacting with one another in a town square like thing, and now the town square is just AI bots yelling at each other. It's just insane. Even the big corporations are just like, you know what? We're just gonna have AI do our social media for us. Like insane to think about. But you see entire pages of content created. It reads like sandpaper. Yeah, exactly. Google Plus all over again. Yeah, and it very much is. It very, very much is. And I liked Google Plus. It's just like most things that Google does, they just didn't have the heart for it. They could have made something really good out of it, and it was just one of those internal pushes to get a promotion kind of thing. Because I don't know if they still do it, but they used to have it where like in order to get promoted internally in Google, you had to like come up with some newfangled product that would then be a way for them to sell more ads. And so that's when you saw this era of so many things, of Google spinning up all these different little things like Google Plus and Google Reader and all this stuff. And then when they tried to apply ads to them and realized that it didn't lend itself well to it, they ditched all of them. You did not know about that promotion paradigm. That's yeah. It's one of those things. That's one of those things. Now, how much truth there is to that, I don't know. That's just kind of one of those rumors that, one tech person passes along to another tech person and, whisper down the lane kind of thing. But I have found over the years that, techies do talk to one another, and they're usually pretty brutal when they do. When they give feedback that they know is, they know is going to another fellow, developer or something like that. I always told companies before in the past, like, developers talk to one another, and you may not like what they say to one another. It's because, they will warn other developers off of a place if they are not feeling it. I mean, I know a couple of people that went from, like, when I was in e-commerce, there were a couple of people that moved from, the East Coast to the West Coast to go work for Amazon. And, you keep in contact with them for a little bit, and boy, they were the e-commerce company that I worked for was pretty rough internally as far as like social constructs and stuff and political stuff internally. Amazon was 1,000% worse in every respect of that term. Plus, they had the stacked rankings at the time where it was like, what was it, 20% every year, 20% of every department had to be laid off, even if everybody was a top performer. That you had to pick, like, if you had 10 people, you had to pick 2 to be fired, even if everybody was working their asses off. That was just insanity. I think they got away from the stacked ranking, but it's, that kind of thing destroys a company culture internally because everybody's just dog eat dog at that point, and not in a good way, you know? Yeah, it makes sense from the outside. A lot of things blossom and then disappear either by being bought or created internally. Yep. Well, and Google has, and I think they still have this problem. They have what we call in the technology realm not invented here syndrome, which is rather than use technologies that are open source and widely available, they'll spend money and effort to rewrite those things internally and just use their own internal implementations. And so you end up with these projects that are very expensive and difficult to maintain because someone will come in, they'll write this whole custom framework that does exactly what they needed to do for this particular project. And then invariably they leave. And now everyone else is stuck holding the bag who has no idea what any of this does. There's no documentation worth a damn. And they got to somehow, through duct tape and sheer force of will, keep this thing working, a lot of big companies have that problem, where they just do that, and they forget that brain drain is a thing. Like, people come and go from jobs all the time. It's very rare in the technology industry to be in a company for more than 5 years, particularly in California. In California, this is what blew my mind. The company I worked for, that was based in California, and our engineering team was over here in the East Coast in Pennsylvania. All the workers who worked in San Jose did not get raises. They did not have a raise structure. Because apparently in the technology circles of California, most technology companies don't actually give employees raises. They just assume that if you want a raise, you're going to go get another job and get a raise that way. And so people are constantly in Silicon Valley shifting from one job to the other every couple of years, just so they can get, a cost of living increase sometimes. And it's just, it was insane. I couldn't believe that was a thing. And they were just like, oh yeah, we do this all the time. We come work for a company for 2 years and then we leave. And then we go to another company for 2 years. And then we go to another company for 2 years. I was just like flabbergasted. Suffice to say, that's not how it works on the East Coast at all. But that just absolutely blew my mind. And I was like, man, that is just insanity. So thankfully not an issue. I don't know how you do it. I'm glad you have a good situation. Like I said, it's not really an industry thing. It's an East Coast versus West Coast thing. It's just some kind of, there's like a different tech culture between the East Coast of the country and the West Coast of the country. East Coast of the country is a more, I guess, traditional work values um, area when it comes to technology. Like we care. Care is a strong word. We have stronger ties towards like having some sort of work-life balance. We struggle. Most of the companies here have a terrible work-life balance at the end of the day, but it's definitely something that people, I guess the best example I could put is when the tech guys leave, or not leave, when they go home at night, they go home to their families and they spend as much time as they can with them, and then they come back the next day and they work. One of the weird things I found in the companies that I looked at in Silicon Valley was that they would the employees would come in like 10 a.m. or so. They'd hang around and chat a lot. They get a little bit of work done. And then they would go out as a group of employees. They would go out together and just be at the bar until 2 a.m. and then go home and try to have like families and stuff. I'm like, that doesn't compute to me. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And they were very confused when we were like, when they would ask us like, well, you guys hang out and go to bars and stuff every day, right? I'm like, no, we go home to our families and we come in, we do the work in the morning, we go home at 5. It's like, and they were blown away that we aren't constantly attached to the hip and out like drinking and all that stuff. It might be an age thing. Although they were all different ages. Like some of them were young and some of them were like 40s and, late 30s and 40s as well, where you would think that they would be more interested in, like they were executives and they were like doing that kind of thing. And they were married and they had kids and stuff, but they weren't out every night. The executives weren't out every night. But they were out like a couple nights a week, late. And I'm like, I don't know how that works. That doesn't compute to me. But, maybe it's one of those, like, you make enough money that your partner doesn't care what you're doing. I still can't fathom that, but again, the culture is very different between the two coasts when it comes to something like that. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying it doesn't compute for them. It doesn't compute for me on the other side of the fence. It's just it's crazy sometimes. But I can understand, after working with them for a little bit, I can now understand why we have such a bad, in the technology industry, why we have such a bad reputation as being like programmers and stuff like that. I think a lot of that reputation, some of it is deserved, but I think a lot of it stems from that kind of weird cultural difference. I'm not saying we don't have programmers here on the East Coast. We certainly do, but they're not as, I would dare say, they're not as pervasive, and they're a little bit more isolated. They do exist. They do exist everywhere, but they tend to be a little bit more isolated, but There are a lot of industries that are all or nothing or else. A lot of those family relationships fail. It's going a lot. I understood that, but eventually had to change. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, that's the work-life balance thing, and we still struggle with that a lot, especially when you're a junior developer and you're just getting started and just getting getting your licks in. Like, it's rough. There were a lot of 2 a.m. phone call nights where you have to get up and start working on stuff, and it was 3 a.m. production deployments and things like that where you had to monitor them and stuff. It was, companies will definitely abuse you when they can. It's far more likely to find a company that will abuse you than it is one that will actually have a good work-life balance, which is rough. I mean, that was part of the reason why I burned out so hard as I did, is because I didn't recognize that I was being taken advantage of. And this goes back to the e-commerce company where, like, I burned out hard, like to the point where I didn't enjoy writing code at all for a long time. And I managed to claw back a lot of that enjoyment, but it's never been back to the level it was prior to that. And it was because of that. It was just like I had a manager that used to would show up at 4 p.m. on a Friday and strongly imply that something needed to get done by Monday. And then I would spend all weekend trying to get said thing done, end up getting stopped by forces outside of my ability. Like our databases were locked down and stuff like that, so I would need someone else to put something in a database for me, and I couldn't because I didn't have permissions for it. And I'd come back in on Monday and be like, look, I did as much as I could, but all this stuff, and then only to be told, oh, that's fine, we don't need that for a couple weeks. And that happened several times, and I fell for it every single time. And in essence, I was the instrument of my own destruction in many ways there. I just was too dense to realize what was going on or to see through what was happening. And I learned a hard lesson, which was, sometimes you just got to say, sorry that you think you need that by Monday, but you're going to have to wait. Saying no is hard. It is very hard. It's one of the hardest, I would say for a developer, it's one of the hardest lessons to learn is to say no. Because it's not something you can just... What happens is a lot of us will say no right away and then have to be talked out of it. And what you really need to do is be very cognizant of when it's time to say no. And that's hard. It takes a lot of practice to do it right. Because when you say no, you want people to realize immediately that not only that you're serious, but that you feel strongly enough about something that you're probably correct in saying no. That's super difficult. Super difficult. It takes a lot of experience to finally get to a point where you can say no when it's appropriate and be correct about it, Burnout rate in games was 5 years for your entire career for a while. Yeah. Takes a lot of bravery and confidence. It's not just in programming. That was my life for a long, long time. The difference was that my bosses didn't know what I did, so they didn't know our expectations were askew. Benign neglect. So it depends. So technology in general, I don't think suffers from benign neglect, but certain subsections do. It really depends on what industry you're doing the technology in. So like e-commerce, benign neglect is rampant. Insurance, not so much. Though there are, insurance is more what's the word I'm looking for? Is more about expectation setting. They tend to not set expectations correctly when it comes to the software and with insurance software. They tend to overhype what they can do, and oversell it instead of being more realistic about what is actually what a system's actually capable of. And that's by no means only isolated to insurance, but it is, from my experience, more prevalent in the insurance industry. Which I guess harkens back to like the door-to-door salesman kind of days with that. Because you're ultimately selling customers fear. I mean, I guess that's the best way to put it, right? You're saying, what if bad stuff happens? You know, you're essentially selling them on, you know, fear. Like give us this money out of fear, just in case, so we can take care of you, kind of thing. It's an interesting industry in many ways. There's a lot of interesting stuff that happens there. That you wouldn't think was legal, but actually is quite legal. So yeah, it depends on the industry when it comes to that. I think the biggest problem that technology has in general is we're still suffering under a and I this is not really isolated to technology either. I think this is a problem elsewhere. We have more management that doesn't. We have a lot of BAs who don't care to understand how things work. There's plenty who do. There's plenty of BAs who are like sponges and want to learn everything. And they're fantastic, because one of the first things you teach them is day one. Or I'm sorry, day two, right? You teach them day two. Like, you don't need this feature day one. You need this day two. Let's push that to day two, you know? Not everything has to be done immediately. But and I think that's true for a lot of different industries. I don't think that's just technology that has that problem, where it's just like you have these people who, in theory, know how to manage others, but in practice they don't have the desire to learn enough about the business to actually be useful to those who are working under them. And it's, you know, they're the ones that make life difficult for everybody because they don't have the means to set reasonable expectations with customers, and they don't have the means to set reasonable expectations with their bosses or their bosses' bosses. And they're the first ones to jump through whatever hoops their bosses' bosses want. You know, like I've worked for a company where my boss, my immediate supervisor, left the company rather than throw one of us under the bus. Like there was a demand made to him that from his boss or from somewhere up high in the chain that, you know, something was late by a couple days. There was a feature that was late by a couple days. And the decision was made from on high that a head needed to roll for it. And he was specifically told, give us a name of someone on your team who, you know, should suffer our wrath, so we can fire them for negligence or whatever. And they knew enough that it wasn't anyone's fault. It was literally just like, it wasn't nobody was actually at fault for being late. There was technical issues that happened along the way that was outside of everyone's control. And so they ended up taking the fall themselves. They said, you know what? I'm not going to give you a name. I'm just going to give you my resignation. And they left. That kind of shenanigans does happen from time to time. And there are some pretty nasty personalities that still make their way around the technology industry. Hopefully we're starting to see them retire. But there's been still quite a bit of that just kind of nonsense, you know. So I'm going to do scene, shader bind. I think with the uniform, I want to do that with the uniform manager too. Can I do that with that? The academic industry is all about hiring more administrators to manage their way out of problems. Yeah. Happy to hear your boss had integrity. That's rare nowadays. Yeah, it is very rare. It is very, very rare. But, you know, it's just interesting sometimes. What I find most interesting about that was I was at that particular company. I became lead developer for the area that I was in, and my boss wanted me to go into management and become a manager. And I resisted because I was like, I don't know that I want to do management stuff. And it wasn't that I didn't want to do management stuff. It was that I didn't want to do management stuff at that particular company because I had seen the kind of nonsense that they do to each other and the kind of nonsense that would roll downhill. And I was like, if I'm going to become a manager, I need to be a manager in a company that's going to support me learning how to be a manager properly and also support me in, in being successful and not just being a sounding board, Things never seem to roll uphill, huh? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way it is. Sometimes it's just, it just is what it is. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. A lot of times, I really don't. But the one thing, the one good thing that came out of all that is that I did eventually find, like, the company I'm working for now is the longest I've worked for any company. And I'm not the only one. Like this company is so rare in that, like, I'll have worked for them for, like, in February it'll be 10 years. The longest I've worked for any company is 5 prior to this one. So that tells you something right there. And I am the third from the bottom, as far as length of time working there. Like, the lowest amount of time someone's been working there, I think at this point, is like 5 years, maybe 6 years. So that is, like, super rare. Like, you don't see that anywhere in technology. And that just goes to show you that we all found a place that is really good to us. I mean, it could be a pain in the ass sometimes, like anything, but it's, we all get along well and we work well, and things just, things are just good, Isn't that like dog years? Yeah, exactly. It's very, very rare to see that kind of thing. The only time you really see something like that is at a extremely large, like, Fortune 500 international company. You might see something like that at, like, an Oracle or a Microsoft or something like that. And even then, it's going to be on some corner, like it'll be on, like at a Microsoft, it would be on, like, some operating system thing or some, Microsoft Word thing. Like, it'll be over in some kind of corner where there's just that one graybeard that's been there for, 20 years or so. Not like the entire team, which is literally our entire team. There's other people and other teams in the company that don't follow that pattern. But for our team, for our product that we work on, every single person, it's just unheard of. Unheard of. Work with a team you like, it changes the quality of your life all the way around. It does. It really does. And it helps too that, like, I still think not everybody likes the fact that we work from home now, but I think it's the best thing that's ever happened, because there was nothing wrong with our office, but being able to, like, I have more control over my work-life balance now than I've ever had in technology, right? I can literally, like, they tell you to take breaks during the day. And when I was in the office, yeah, I would get up and take a break, but there wasn't really anything to do. There was, you go to the water fountain, maybe you go to the restroom, maybe you take like a little walk around the building. There wasn't a whole lot. I mean, for smokers, I guess you could just go out and get a smoke. I mean, that certainly was a thing. I've never been a smoker though. So, like, there wasn't a whole lot to do. But now it's like, I can get up, I can take a break, I can, you know, throw a load of laundry in, I can go for a walk, I can do whatever, I can come back. And they don't care because it's all they really need to do is, like, just as long as you're getting your job done, that's the most important thing, is that you're getting stuff done. And I'm getting stuff done. And it's just like, okay, all that other stuff is just, it makes it so much nicer. Like, because I could do my laundry and stuff during the week now, that frees up my weekend. I'm not like on Sunday running around trying to do all the chores that I didn't have time to do during the week. I can actually, like, enjoy the time off, or a change of pace, that kind of thing. It's just, it's crazy to me that so many companies are like return to office now. I mean, I it's sort of crazy. It's not, they're not doing it because they care about their employees. They're doing it because they have a lot of money in real estate, that they're tied up in their real estate. But, like, it's just, and also power, right? You've got butts and chairs. You've got power than you do someone who's remote, which just goes to show you the dynamic that goes on. The companies that are forcing people back to an office are showing you their whole ass, and it's up to you to realize that. And getting things done was better in a lot of cases because having to be at the office. Exactly. And I mean, they also realize too that, like, if you're working remote, if you're working from home, they don't need to spend any effort to track your time off either. Like, yeah, you put your time off in a system, but people take less time off because they don't need the time off anymore, because they've got more control over their work life. A lot of times you take time off because either you have to, or you lose it, or because you just absolutely need to get stuff done that you have no other time to do it in. Whereas in the absence of that, well, now, like, it doesn't matter how many days you take off, you're not going to lose any because you have unlimited. And now you've got people who are, like, going on vacation and taking their laptop with them and working half the day while they're on vacation, and then spending the next half of the day doing whatever. It's like they got more out of people without even having to motivate them. They just, it turns out people who like their jobs bring their own motivation. You just kind of have to get out of their way. It's crazy, right? Yeah, exactly. Especially when your team is co-located everywhere. I mean, you work for an international company, you're going to have teams all over the world. Like, why would you force them into offices when they're not even going to be face to face? It's like, just let them work from wherever they can. His vacation rolls over, he doesn't have, but still better than commuting. Yeah, exactly. You save so much effort in commuting, you save so much time. It's just, like your quality of life immediately improves. Now I get it. For like junior developers and stuff, it's a lot harder because you don't have that mentor right there to help you. But that just comes into team dynamics, right? Like you should be able to have like go on teams and just immediately contact somebody and have them as your point of contact and be able to, you know, ask whatever questions you got to ask and try to get whatever you need out of it. You know, like it's, you know, I understand the safety net of having somebody like physically there, but it's, you know, it's just an adjustment period you need, you know. And yeah, for people who aren't like, it helps that I'm an introvert and generally don't get anything, generally like to not be engaging with people. That's not correct. It's, I like to engage with people, but I also, it drains my batteries faster than not engaging with people. So it's just kind of, and I get that there's extroverts who are the exact opposite, and working from home and not being there with people constantly probably drives them absolutely up a wall. But, you know, it's something you manage, right? You like go out to a restaurant for lunch, go out to a bar for lunch and talk to people there or whatever, you know, find alternatives, you know. We're here, we're uncomfortable, we want to go home. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I it's funny because we had our we had a company, we had a Christmas party for the team last week, and so we all met up at a restaurant, a local restaurant, and had like a little gift exchange and all that stuff, and had lunch and everything, and a little get together, talking face to face, all that stuff, stories and everything. And I came home after that, and I was just like, I am so dead right now. I need to go to sleep. I was just so drained. It's like, I know all these people. They're all, I consider them all friends. They're colleagues, you know, but it was still like, I can't, I need to lay down right now. It was hilarious. Takes to be on, had to come home and crash hard, even with friends. Yeah, exactly. That was just the thing. I just came home and I just was like, I need to crash right now. I can't do it. Oh man, it is pretty funny though. It's just like the simplest of things. It's just like, this is destroying me. I want these to return. I think I can do this. Let's just, I don't know how much of a good idea this is because it's an interface, but I'm going to do it and see what happens here. I mean, it'll work for now, but it's not necessarily a good way of writing this code. It might be considered a code smell to do it on an interface like this, but I am going to try it and see. Let's say return this. Okay, Corey. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it greatly. Yeah, you have a good day as well. Thank you for the the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I am 1 year older. Ooh. But yeah, thank you. And I'll try to catch you on. I'm probably not streaming Sunday, so I'll catch you on Sunday when you go live. So, old man. I'm such an old man at this point. But yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I'm going to return shader uniform manager on those so that when I'm in scene here, not scene, when I'm in render, I can just do, hopefully, scene get uniform manager. What I'm gonna do. Scene get camera. Get view matrix. Go. Okay, so do get uniform manager. Entity. Okay. I guess I could just call get camera here instead of scene.get camera. Didn't I put a scene.get camera in here somewhere? Yeah, I could just call camera. I think yeah, I should be able to. I guess I could technically do the same thing with like the get uniform manager and all that stuff, but we'll see. I don't want to abstract it too freaking much. Well, I don't want to make these tiny little methods constantly just for that. I do want to figure out what I want to do with the shader module data and stuff, because that seems a little bit. Seems like I could move some of this, especially the field of view and stuff. All right, I need to take a short break here. So hang tight, friends. I will be right back. Okay, friends, back. I had to grab a little bit of. Don't tell anybody I'm having a little candy. I'm still on my diet, I swear it. It's dark chocolate, so technically it's not as bad for me. Although it's still bad for me. But not as bad. I'm sorry, I meant to mute my mic there so you don't hear any chewing. Anyway, my friends. Okay. So, I've moved some stuff out of here, which is good. Abstracted a little bit. I think, so this stuff has to do with camera. I'll leave them there for now. Field of view and all that stuff. I'll leave it there for now. But the shader module data. But this is all for model stuff, so I feel like that is those are specific to the model that I'm trying to render right now. And so I think they kind of have to stay here for the moment until I get a better abstraction for the different models and stuff. Like I have a model object which really should have that stuff in it. Kind of, although I kind of feel like some of this should be in like the model loader. Not the model loader. The model loader, it's got to be. I think I need like an asset class that has like the actual links to all the asset information. Like what shaders apply to it and what textures apply to it and what the model file is and all that stuff. But for right now, for our purposes, this can live like this, I think. Let me just make sure this is still working. Okay, good. All right, so given that, so I've pushed all that stuff out into a scene. So that the model renderer though, here's the thing. The model renderer itself is OpenGL. That might be okay. Let me think. How do I do this? This creates a scene, right? So I should put a getter on the scene. Yeah, I'm going to put a getter on the scene. Right there. And then model render is referred to by the engine, right? Yes. Okay. So Mono render is here. But I need... Well, the engine creates the window. Yes. The problem is I need to set a scene on the window? No. Okay. Here's what we gotta figure out. So we gotta figure out, so I have to register a callback on the window. Which completely makes sense. The thing is, though, can I set the callback at any time? Like, can I set it even after I've shown the window? Because if that's the case, then I can register the key callback in the engine. I just need to have access to the window handle, which I should be able to get access to if I have a getter on here. Do I have a get handle? I don't. But let's do that. Let's do generate getters and setters. Get handle. So do that. So if I can do that, then that means up in the engine here, I should be able to do this theoretically. So window get handle, and then register keyboard callbacks, which I have to redo anyway. I don't even have it in here. Okay, so how did I do register keyboard calls? Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. All right. So grab this. Right, and we go in the engine. Is that being difficult on me here? There we go. And this we'll call window dot. Do I have a should close? Call cleanup. What does that do? Set window should close. If I just call cleanup, is that enough? Because that just will destroy the window and terminate everything. I feel like that's sufficient. And setting it. Okay, so then oh, I guess I should set should close, right? Because then it'll break out of the rendering loop. I should really, that would be the more correct way of doing it. Let's do this. Let's go and say public void close window, or signal close, and we'll do the glfw set window should close to true. Yeah, and then we'll do window dot signal close. Then in that way, our loop will just kind of naturally finish up that way, in case I ever have to do something additional in the cleanup there, before it calls cleanup, I should say. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's a better idea. All right, and then register keyboard callbacks. this would be what? Window? No. Renderer get scene. No, get camera. Okay. So if we're doing key right, I'm gonna say move right 0.08f, which is what I had there. Right. And then renderer, get camera, move left, 0.08f. Oh, probably make that a like constant or something. Left, right. And we want to do up and down, right? So add handler, GLFW, new key up. Input callback. If action is GLFW press, and I'll probably work on this perform action a little bit to just like have it figure out some things. Like instead of perform action, it'll be like, you know, handle press, handle blah blah blah, maybe. So that it's a little bit easier to tie correct inputs to it. And I guess, I mean, I also have to introduce a finite state machine into it as well, so we know, you know, is the menu open, is the menu not open, because it would mean different things based on whether the menu's open and stuff like that once we get to the menu and stuff. But right now, get camera, move, do I want up to be up or do I want up to be down? I think I want up to be up. So when it comes to a camera, I think you want up to be up. So say 0.08f, just for the sake of argument here. And add handler, GLFW key. Down. User input callback. is GLFW. FW press. Get camera. Move down. 0, 8F. Okay. Now these actually call recalculate, right? Yes. Good. All right. I mean, let's see if this works or not. I guess we'll find out in a second here. Oops. Okay, I don't think that's actually working because it's not. It's not updating. I'm pressing the keys, but they're not doing anything. Okay, so let me see something here. Oh wait. This is not where it is, right? It's under. Logs here, yeah. Okay, less. Okay, it doesn't have anything there. Oh, you know what? Let me try. Let me see if escape is working. Okay, escape is working. So that means at least registered the keyboard callbacks correctly. But this is not rendering. So poll events and stuff is working. Camera. So did I not integrate the camera with something here? I think it was. I think because I'm doing this, right? Well, that's init. Let me do that once. View matrix we're doing. Get camera, get view matrix. So it recalculates after you add rotation. Right, so then rotation and translation. It's doing that. To view matrix. Then it doesn't look like it's rendering that out. Setting it as a uniform. Try something here. Put a breakpoint here. Alright, so I hit right on the keyboard and I came into here. X, Y, position X, Y, Z. So position X has changed, as I would expect it to. I don't see any effect on this. Try going even further to the right. Okay, so what does it say now? We're positioned. Yeah, it says 0.16. So it is accumulating correctly. it just a matter of... Yeah, it's accumulating correctly. So the keyboard handlers are actually working, but I may not be... Well, I'm probably not understanding this correctly. So if I close out of here, so what if I did renderer? Knit entity, projection matrix, set uniform. Oh, wait. Is that correct for the projection matrix? No, it should be. That should be correct. What's setting the perspective correctly? Is it always... Is it always supposed to put that there? So where's the thing out here? Let's see, projection. Yeah, but I want a class projection. So they set that up. Update projection matrix. I wonder if that's causing my issue here. So where's the scene render? Yeah, they're just getting the projection matrix. They're not setting it every single time, so I wonder if that's undoing what I've done. I mean, it seems like that's undoing what I've done. So if that's the case, let's temporarily make the projection matrix a variable here. Private. Alright, and we'll set that here. And I will set the perspective up here in Where's create shader uniforms? I think I can do it after that. So I'll put that right here. So it's set only once. Set projection matrix. And then we just set the projection matrix there like that. So let's try that. See if that is what was causing my issue here. No. Still not moving. Okay, so I'm missing something else here. Get camera, get view matrix. I'm doing that, right? Scene, get camera. Yeah, get camera, get view matrix. Model matrix is empty, get model matrix. Yes. Okay. So then render is called where? Scene call from in here. Render. GL clear. GL viewport. Scene render dot render. Wait a second. What do they do for moving it around? Engine? Ooh, excuse me. Poll events. You see, get width, get height. Not the logic. Here. So they've got. Yeah, move forward, move left. Diff time milliseconds. I see what they're doing there. I don't really need that. I just want to move. Scene get camera. Who's right? What move now? And then rotation with the mouse. Update. Does the rotation update model matrix? What is update called? Right there. Window.update. Does swap buffers. Oh, is that what I'm missing? The swap buffers? Everything I'm doing is probably to an off-screen buffer. Here's update here. Does anything call that? Main loop does call it. Calls render gel clear gel viewport. Render the model. I definitely see the numbers going up or changing, but it's not. You know, I'm not like calling an entity every time, right? That should only be happening once. Put a breakpoint in there and see if somehow that's getting called multiple times. So it's called once there. Right. So yeah, I'm hitting the keyboard keys, but it's not getting called again, which is correct. It shouldn't be called again. That's the first initial setting. It feels like the view matrix is not getting updated. But I saw it getting updated here. Unless I'm missing something very important. Reset this matrix to the identity. Please note that if a call to identity is immediately followed by a call to translate, rotate, scale, perspective, frustum, ortho 2D, look along, or any of their overloads, then the call to identity can be omitted and the subsequent call replaced with translation, rotation, scaling, set perspective, set frustum, set ortho 2D, or any of their overloads. So, can I just do... I can just do that? Or was it rotation? Rotation XYZ. Yeah, why wouldn't you just do that? X, Y. Oh, I can just say rotation XY probably, right? So what's wrong with this? Rotation. So rotation X, rotation Y. Translation XYZ. Translation XYZ. Okay, let's see if that makes a difference. Not yet, but thinking it's, I mean, it didn't hurt it, at least. So there's that. Sub direction recalculates. So changing the camera, but it's not reflecting on the screen. I definitely see it changing in memory. So when they call render, so where am I at here? In the engine? So in the engine, they have a render method, right? They call render.render. That does a clear and viewport. Clear and viewport, which is what I do. And viewport. And then it calls scene render. Which binds the shaders, sets the uniforms. Puts the diffuse color in for the material, gets the texture, binds the texture, gets the model matrix, and calls GL draw elements, then effectively unbinds the vertex array and unbinds the shader program. So these are GL draw elements. Get entity, get model matrix. View matrix and it's the view matrix that's changing. It's the view matrix that's changing. The model matrix is not changing. Which I admit is one of the things that kind of confuses me about the shaders, is that I'm basically setting all these variables again. When I bind the shader, like, I mean, I guess you can leave the shaders loaded to a certain extent, but it just seems weird to have to, it seems weird that when you rebind a shader, you have to set all the variables again. Like, wouldn't you only have to set the one variable that actually is changed, which would be the view matrix, I guess. But I guess, I mean, it's not the only thing that might change, but in this case, it is the only thing changing. Potentially. Excuse me. Oof. Yeah, why isn't that... I mean, it's good that I have it reorganized and that it seems that I should be manipulating the variables in memory. It's just I'm not seeing results on the screen. And that's what's got me a little bit confused. Unless the numbers I'm working with are so minuscule that I wouldn't see a change. I mean, 0.08 shouldn't be that small, I would think. But I mean, let's eliminate the obvious first. So what I'll do is I'll say, let's go private static final float movement increment, make it 3.5 F. And that way I can just easily change it in one spot. I should have did in the first place, but you know. Let's just try it with something really outrageous and see what. If it's just that, if it's just a number thing. It's not looking like. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe it was a number thing. I've now lost sight of it. Okay, hang on. Maybe that was it the whole time. Maybe it's been working the whole time and I didn't realize it. Let's try 1.0. Which again, I think is too fast, but let's just run with it. No, it still doesn't seem like it's doing anything. I'm holding the up button down. And it doesn't look like it's... Let me try just tapping it instead of... I mean, it said press, right? So... Yes, that doesn't seem to do anything. What about... 2.0? Maybe that was a fluke what I saw. Or maybe I held it down long enough that I overflowed numbers. It's not doing anything there. Let's try 3.0. Okay, that's interesting. If I hold that down long enough, it disappears. I hold down 1 long enough. Okay. Let's try that again by holding down the right button. It's not doing anything. Just make sure it has focus here. Hold down the left button. Nothing. How about down? Doesn't seem to be having any effect either. Still holding it down too. It still doesn't seem to be doing anything. Don't see anything happening there. Just out of curiosity, let's make it 30. Again, I don't think that's gonna matter. I'm holding down right now. Nothing there. Holding right. It disappeared again. How about holding left? I mean, more than likely it's... What if it's not... Maybe it's the rendering speed. Like, I have it... Maybe it's only updating... It's not updating as often as I think it is. Yeah, maybe. Let me see, where am I at? I need the engine. All right, and then main loop, rendering loop. Should render. Delta frame timer greater than or equal to 1.0 f. So here's what we're going to do. Logger info. No. Logger info. Rendering. Logger info. Logicing. Okay. Just run that real fast. And then hit escape just to see how many times those show up in the log. They showed up once. Okay. That's our problem. Our rendering loop is never actually running. Or if it is, it's taking forever and a day to actually run. That's what I've screwed up. Okay. That makes a lot more sense then. Which is why, so the rendering loop is eventually getting called again. But it's, by that point, I've moved the camera so far that it just disappeared. The model just disappears from the screen. That's what's going on. Okay. Okay. So I've definitely screwed this up entirely. Logic update timer, last frame update timer. Then I'm calling doing now minus last frame update timer divided by default frames per second, which is 60. And if it's greater than or equal to 1, then I'm saying should render. Think about this. This is, okay, this is straight up math, and this is what's going to trip me up every single time. Now is always going to be the greater number. So I'm doing greater minus smaller. They're in milliseconds. 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second. We want to do something 60 times a second, which means it would be one. Let's do this count. So it'd be 1,000 divided by 60. So every 16.7 milliseconds. Why doesn't that seem correct? No, it's got to be correct. So 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second. 60 times a second would be every 16 milliseconds. So essentially, so let me wait a minute. Let me put. Let's just plug numbers in here and just look at them. So if now was 1,000 and the last update timer was at 600, that's 400 divided by 60. 6.66, right. That would be greater or equal to 1, so that would be should render. Now, if it's every 16 milliseconds, so it'd be 1,000 minus 16 is what? 984. 984. So if I had 16 divided by 60, yeah, what am I am completely wrong with this math. This math does not math. completely off base with it. It's got to be... Oh, 12 frames per second is 1,000 divided by 60. So this would be... So that would be... So if I had 16 milliseconds divided by 16.67.95. That is actually making more sense there. But I wonder if I'm having an order of operation issue. What if I put this in a parenthesis? I'm probably not having an order of operation issue, but let's just, for my own edification, so that I realize that these are doing math besides, they're not just constants. I mean, they're constants, but they're constants that are a result of math. Let me just do that. Yeah. Okay, so we're still having the same issue. Let me think here. For crying out loud. Well, I'm thinking I'll kill this bot. Report. Spam, scams, or bots. Scam. Selling viewers. Scam. Bots. Block user. Ban them. Done. Okay. That's the thing. What if I did, instead of, let me think here. Like the divide was working, sort of, but wait a second. Why am I doing that? And by that I mean, why am I why am I dividing at all? Right, like the default frames per second and the logic updates per second are constants. They're not going to change. Well, I mean, they're not going to, for our purposes, they're not going to change. So no, I guess that comparing it to 1 is correct. Because it would be greater than 1. Let me wait a minute. Maybe I'm having a more fundamental issue here. You know what? Let's put a breakpoint here. And let's run it in debug. We'll run that. Okay, so let's come back in. Delta frame timer is 0 now. Last frame update timer. Is that so what is this? Inspect 0. Zero. 17347,589 times 10 to the 12. 1734758. 17347,589. 17347,588,429. 17347,588,4229. 9. Wait, what? How is that? 17347,589. 17347,588. How is now less than then? 589 588 589 7589 7588 1734 173. How is that? Oh, but this is, wait a second. That's a decimal. How did that get turned into a decimal? Well, it's in scientific notation is what's going on there. I don't think it's actually a decimal. It's just showing it in scientific notation. But why is it showing it in scientific notation if it's a long? Because it's not a long. It's a fucking float. These are longs, aren't they? Son of a bitch. Mother humper, I turned a freaking integer into a float. And that's why it's all fucked up. God damn it. Freaking damn it. That's why it's never going to be true. Alright. Alright. What a goddamn. And this, my friend, I bet did they do that in their thing here? I want to blame it on somebody else. Because that's such a boneheaded thing. I want to blame it on somebody else. Did they do that in their thing here? Long initial time. So they have all their time. They did all their times in floats. For some reason. Yeah, because they're doing 1,000 divided by the target. They're doing the division right there. Whereas I pulled that out. But they're doing it in float as well. And they're taking the difference time as a long. Now minus update time. Which is also a long. Update time is initial time. Time U. Delta update. Yeah, see, okay. So the way they have this just feels like an over-engineered mess. Not that it is an over-engineered mess, just that it seemed like one. And so I copied the fact that they were doing a float there, and that's on me. That's entirely a me issue. 1000% a me issue. Okay. 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 I run this now. And I use... Oops. Okay. Okay, stuff is happening now, which is good. It's just... Still have that doing 30.0, right? Something like that. Where's that at? Scene... renderer, right? Did I put it in here somewhere? Am I going insane? Oh, no. I put it in engine, didn't I? Yes. So, let's do 0.08 like I had before. There it is. Alright, now the camera's moving around. And we can see the underside. You can see above, all the decals are loaded. Oh God. I crashed. Okay. That was a hard crash. It killed everything. All right. Top. So that could be an issue. That could be a big issue. Well, it looks like it's is what I can say to that. don't know what else to say there. Other than, yeah. So something I'm doing is like probably leaking memory like a sieve. Or at the very least, it's completely obliterating the like it's taking over the CPU like there's no tomorrow. So that's a thing. But we got the movement stuff to work. But yeah, I can't have the game like just straight up crash like that. That's no bueno. This is okay down here. So uptime. Yeah, the 5-minute load average is 1.54. So it like the CPU usage just jumped through the freaking roof. And I'm guessing the kernel just killed everything because it was thought it was misbehaving. Which I guess technically it was because it wasn't returning control to the operating system properly, probably. That's going to be an issue. I mean, that's a huge issue. Now, the one thing I'm not doing that they were doing was having this in another thread. It really ought to be in another thread. So if the thread misbehaves, in theory, it would just kill the thread, but who knows? I mean, I'm killing like the browsers and everything too, so it's very unhappy regardless. So what? How did they do updates for second 30? So they did 1,000 divided by 30, and 1,000 divided by target FPS. See, they've got start and stop there. They've got engine as a thread. Which I think is absolutely imperative. What's our uptime right now? 5-minute load is still 1.54. Is that just Eclipse and everything just running that's causing that? I mean, Java is at the top of the list. But it's It's only 2% of the CPU, so it's not misbehaving. But like I said, I suspect we were getting into a out of memory issue. I don't want to run it again. But I suspect what was happening was we were getting into an out of memory issue, possibly. So how much memory do we have right now? We've got 26 megs available. No, we have... Yeah, we have 25 megs available. 25 megs? 25 gigs. No. 32 gigs in the whole system. So yeah, it's 25 gigs available. That's okay. Let's run it without moving anything around real fast, just to see what kind of hog it is on the system here. Oh yeah, the CPU is 100%. It is pegged. We're using... Oh yeah, we're running out of memory very quickly. Okay. Let's kill that. Wow. So the memory dropped down to like 7 gigs free from 25. And the CPU was pegged at 100%. Okay, so we're being a nasty customer. We're being a real nasty customer. So I am doing something incredibly bad that's causing memory to just spiral out of control. Which is entirely possible since I'm just learning how this works. So we gotta figure out what's happening there. My guess. So we're using heap memory for the render in the model render, is it? No, where are we? Do we have something where we're using... We're creating a memory thing. Just have to see if we're doing it in a loop. Where's this at? Create shader uniforms. And this is the other thing I don't get. We're looping over the material over and over and over again to set this diffuse color, and it's like it's not changing. Why are we doing that all the freaking time? That's the part that's bugging the shit out of me. Right? Like, it's not... I mean, it could be changing based on the lighting, I guess. Maybe that's why you do it there. I don't know. But it just seems wasteful. What's the other thing? Window.update. Just doing swap buffers. Render. I feel like if anything, this might be just chewing up memory like crazy. I clicked the wrong thing again. The wrong thing again. Yeah, see, whenever we call set uniform here, it's doing a stack push. Now, in theory, this class should be used in a thread local manner for stack allocations. In theory, this is in a try catch, which means it should be clearing it up when it's done with it. An off heap memory stack. But I'm thinking it's not actually freeing that memory up. Because it's in a try block, so it should have a close on it. Like an automatic close. Stack allocations. Calling malloc float. Uniform location. Uniform variable array for the current program logic. Location of uniform variable to be modified. Okay, so this is only modifying variables that are already there, but update the specified uniform. So, yeah, this is just updating variables in the uniform, which is what I figured, but at the same time, we're doing an unnecessary update, right? Because the model matrix, is that really changing? Because all we're really doing is changing our perspective on it. We're not changing the model itself. And that's what's got me bothered here. You know, the projection matrix is not changing. The only thing that's really changing is the view matrix, the camera. That's the only thing that we're manipulating. So I think this is what I'm going to have to investigate. Is moving these things out of here, which don't change. All right, because once these are mapped, they're not changing again. And only putting things in the render loop that are actually changing. I feel like that's what's got to be, but we'll have to do some investigation on that. But I'm not going to do that tonight because it's late and we still had some success. I got the camera to move around despite crashing the hell out of the computer. I still managed to do that. So we've got that going for us at least. And then I can start to look at like whether this render loop makes any effing sense at all. And I'm leaning towards it doesn't, but see on that. In that regard, we'll see. All right, my friends. That's gonna do it for me for tonight. I will be back tomorrow afternoon, probably later afternoon, and we'll pick this up. We'll pick up where we left off here, and do some more with this. Let me just see if there is anyone live on Twitch. There is not. All right, so I'm just gonna leave you guys with that then. Let you disperse on your own, but not before I said thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
I suppose by the transitive property, I too must be Vulcan as a motherfucker.